It's a risky shot here. This red in, the momentum of his cue ball is going to open up some reds. It didn't open up too many. Thought it was going to open up a bit more. Oh, just. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize for that little hiccup. Hopefully, you got to mention in the last match. I was imploring everybody. If you do see the stream hiccup a little bit, if that little swirling thinking sign comes on, just keep refreshing. We're definitely noticing it here with the team, so we do our best to quickly resolve the problem. Okay, that pink was going dangerous. Another big red here. Waiting for Prathamish, as you can see on the right side of your screen. Yeah, our tight quarters in these snooker rooms. These big 6x12 tables, they take up a lot of real estate. And that's just the table. Then you need the outside area, obviously, to walk around and take a shot. You don't want to run into the wall. You want to do your best Seinfeld impersonation, if anyone's a fan of that great show out there. And Kramer and Frank Costanza actually use the conductor's baton to play their cue sports. Very interesting how just cue sports comes up very many places. Obviously, The Hustler, a great film with Paul Newman and Jackie Gleason and George C. Scott. And the sequel, The Color of Money. Paul Newman came back and reprised his role as Fast Eddie, touring the young shark played by Tom Cruise. It was recently actually a snooker movie that came out in England. Name is just eluding me right now. It was more a dramatic piece. I know there is the Rack Pack out there. If you're a snooker fan, hands down, the Rack Pack, great film to watch. Really centered on the rivalry between Steve Davis and Alex Higgins, two polar opposites of the game. Davis, so mechanical, almost even robotic, as he said. Just kind of went on and did his business. Whereas Alex was the polar opposite, shaking, jumping all around on every shot, and that was on the table. And then his off-the-table antics were stuff that would make the Rolling Stones turn over. A good friend Charlie Brown, who's telling me a story once. He had the great fortune when he was back in Toronto. He's a good friend, great table mechanic, Pat McCarthy. Had set up some tables in Daniel Lenoir studio. I'm not sure if many know Daniel Lenoir. Daniel Lenoir is a great Canadian music producer. Has worked with Brian Eno, U2, Emmylou Harris, plenty. Neil Young. Just the resume is huge. Well, that's going to open things up, Charlie. But, definitely, Daniel is a big fan of Q Sports. So one day at a tournament, Charlie and Pat were able to go over to Dan's studio and have some games, and Dan was just soaking up the knowledge that Charlie was passing off. He's just a real hunger for Q Sports. So, and at one point, Dan was relaying some stories, and Charlie relayed the story to me that Dan was over in Ireland working on the Joshua Tree with Brian Eno and the gang from U2. It's a tough miss there by Kevin. And so they're working away, and they're coming to the day's end, and obviously all of them know each other over there. So Ronnie Wood actually called up Bono and said, "Hey, I'm having some people over. You want to come over to the house?" So all of them went over there. And as Dan said to Charlie, it was just a castle of a house. Nice read there by Charlie. Nicely on the black. But it's just a beautiful castle house. They come in and they see the snooker room. Beautiful snooker room. Just one table, just in its own room. Charlie with this great shot making is interrupting his own story that he's told me, but they're playing, and all of a sudden this gentleman just looks like he might have had a few late night cocktails, shall we say, just stumbling into the room, making a complete racket, and nails in a 133 on the table. 133. So impressive. Who that was Alex Higgins. I hope I didn't throw you off there at the tail end of that story, Charlie, as he just meets a he should have made a multiple of times, but quite an interesting story. And there's just a huge amount of that out there. When I was in Sheffield the past year, I got to chat a little bit with Jason Ferguson, who's the chairman of the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association. And actually, he was telling me that Roald Dahl, the author of great books as James and the Giant Peach, Jacob Tutu and the Hooded Fang, and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, was a snooker enthusiast. So much that he actually got buried with his snooker cue. And Mary, Queen of Scots, got buried in with the cloth from her table. Might not be on the forefront, but it's always there, snooker in the subconscious and the lurking in the corners. It's one of those sports that we're always trying to achieve perfection. Sure, perfection is there with that 147, but not many of us get there, but we're always trying to challenging, and maybe there's a few shots that we string together in a session that bring us back the next time, or know that we can just do that much better and keep pushing at it. So I think it's just an excellent game, sport for youngsters. Teaches them a lot of responsibility, a lot of life lessons. You got to be respectful of your opponent. Obviously, be on time for your matches. So hopefully, soon enough, we can get more and more youngsters into this great game. Ali from America actually was just over on the Pro Tour as he won back in 2022 the Pan Am Championship, and he was able to get a 2-year card. Great opportunity that organization provides. And so he on the red, white, and blue over there and made everybody proud. He had a tough go of it. It's definitely over in England. It's like baseball in America, or hockey and basketball, or hockey in Canada. Basketball was invented in Canada, so I was maybe just getting ahead of myself a little bit there. Yeah, the Brits are just so ingrained in it, and Ireland and Scotland and Wales. That whole island just loves their snooker, and you can see it very easily. It's on its regular television, although it seems like the world we're getting more into streaming. Obviously, things on demand. People are, not wanting to feed through a lot of nonsense to what they want. I think these streams help definitely in North America, help people find out what the game is about. Sometimes early on in my commentating career in snooker, I told people I was commentating on snooker and they were wondering what kind of party trick that was. And just more recently, up north of the border, above the 49th parallel, Sahil Nair of Canada is now playing over on the pro circuit because he got that elusive 2-year card, the PAPSA Championship that was played in Saint Lambert, Quebec in last October. And actually, he won a match over in the Saudi Masters. So congratulations, Sahil. Sorry, spoiler alert if anyone had that on tape, but this match was a few days old. So not sure exactly what the question is. Let's go on the black spot. Maybe it's just rolling off a little bit. Just kind of looking at Harley's reaction. It looks like he's placing it on the black spot and then stepping away, and it's rolling just a little bit. Maybe now with that view on the camera there. Comes tournament director. Referee Jamie Miller just coming in. Gonna spot that black ball. Oh, looks like the black is not going to go on its spot. A little edgy first frame here. Mm. Yeah, you can see his reaction there. Just liked a little flick. Mindful of that red. Just queuing over. He slowly increases his lead, does have this red. Nice angle for it to go into the yellow pocket and just kind of stun and stick around the blue. Do well to just clean up at least these two reds. Hasn't been vintage brown so far in the tournament. He's had a few moments here and there. The dangerous part is when he finds that gear. Look out. I think he's got this. He can stun for this. Red into the left middle. Be a little low on the black, so then his angle naturally will take him over to the right side and could be on that open red of the two that's off the cushion. Oh, hopefully he wasn't thinking about all those shots ahead of the game. Obviously in his pre-shot routine he was thinking of it, but when he's down on that red, all systems go just that one shot in front. You can't control what's going to happen in the future or what happened before. You got to be present. Just hoping just to head into that red, just develop a little bit more. This is a tricky shot down the cushion with the rest. Just wants to hit firm. Doesn't want to just gingerly hit it in because that might just stay in the jaws. He's getting into that one red and developed it just left of the black. Charlie Brown with a 17-point advantage in this first frame, best of 5, round of 16. Good. I think silly. Charlie is Canadian. That is home of the grinder, the 1980 World Snooker Champion, Thorburn. His nickname, the grinder, is he would just slowly, methodically just tear his opponents apart, just grinding them. Their mind was in stitches. So Charlie and Cliff, good friends back in Canada, so I'm pretty sure Charlie might have rang up Cliff before this tournament, maybe get a few tips going down. Wonderful shot there by Charlie. Tap on the table by Kevin, acknowledging it. Player likes to be in a snooker, but it's a great sportsmanship of the game. The player will tap on the table, which is they don't want to be in the situation. They'll acknowledge a great shot by their opponent. Interesting when you see a player on a high run and they're making balls, and then when the frames And said and done, pretty much. The opponent knows that they're probably not coming back to the table. In a moment's notice, they become the number one cheerleader. They want to cheer their opponent on to make a high break. It's just a great self-accomplishment. So I'm pretty sure Andy McCluskey's opponent, as soon as Andy was getting around the 75 marker, started applauding and seeing if the opponent could see a century. Thought Kevin might have been lining up the double, but not the case. Charlie's gonna try and get behind that yellow again. Close, but it looks like he's maybe snookered Kevin on all the balls on the right side of the table. Just try a cross double here. Unfortunately, cannon into that black. A good pace that he just didn't let the red just sit over the pocket. Charlie was a little perplexed by that. No, felt like he hit it pure and straight, just the pocket refused it. Kevin was almost just trying to play with some house money there. The red went in, it would have been great, but he was trying to snooker Charlie behind the blue, and unfortunately unsuccessful on all fronts. There's a little space there that he can be on the black. Looks like it is. Would be a stroke of terrible luck if he was glued to it. All the players in the tournament are aware that we will be playing the quarterfinals tonight. Both these players would love to get to that stage, but unfortunately there's only going to be one. Let's hopefully we get a good match here. Hopefully it's not one-sided in the flukes. You hate to see a match go like that. With 3 reds, 51 points left. Charlie Brown has a 25-point advantage. It's frame number 1, best of 5. Last 16 in the knockout phase here at the Seattle Snooker Open of 2025. David Burney's in the booth. Happy that you're all tuning in wherever you're finding us, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook. Empire Billiards page on Facebook and Ox Billiards YouTube page. Look for the Empire Billiards tag, as we also have some live action over at Ox Billiards. 2 venues for this great tournament. And also these rooms, I think they're closing up things pretty soon at Ox, but tonight and all tomorrow, great seating at Empire Billiards. Our Billiards is located in Bellevue at 13427 Northeast 20th Street, Suite E. So come on down. Nice and air conditioned too, so beat the heat of the Washington summer. As you stay cool, the action on the table gets hot. It's coming down quite a lot. It's just going to tempt Charlie. It's mid-range red into the top right corner. He does have the lead, so kind of just clearing away reds wouldn't be a bad idea, but refusing it, electing for a more safer shot. Or is he? Was he hearing me? Just tried a different safety and the head game sometimes, baiting Kevin into trying to take on this rather long red to the top left corner. Like he kind of was. Unfortunately, Kevin has sold that out. It's not a very easy red. Not a most difficult for Charlie. Both players have played on the TV table here, so they should be aware of all the little nuances here and there. Out for that cue ball. Oh. That's a big difference. If you can get your long potting game going, and that puts a lot of fear in your opponent. You can't just be left anywhere. Kevin obviously has a long shot here, but with object ball and cue ball close together, can find that angle relatively easy. And yes, is able to make a nice red into that top left corner. Just a nice little tip there by Charlie. Getting a little bit worried about that when it came off the top cushion. I think he's just going to clip off the side. That's a dangerous, dangerous pot down the cushion. If he was glued to the cushion, but as you can see on the screen, yeah, there's just a little space between that red ball and the side cushion. So 20 points in it, and there's 43 on the table. Only brown on its spot. Pink is relatively safe. Black's heavily guarded by the couple of reds, so no clear runaway for the winner of this frame just yet. Obviously, Charlie with a 28-point advantage has a slight advantage, but we can see leads evaporate quite quickly on a snooker table. I think this black is definitely impeding the path for the red to find home in that top right corner pocket. Kevin may think it does. The cue ball's just going to hold up just enough. I don't like Kevin's shot at all. Does he play for this blind cut into the top left corner? Shoot the red up maybe to the left middle bag? Gonna come cushion first, I think, for this red. No, he hit it right on. Just thought. And he's had a fantastic result. Great shot there, right shot. I thought just maybe coming off the cushion might just obviously deaden the cue ball right in its tracks, and obviously snooker him on the one red. But Charlie, a much better player than I am, has found a snooker on both reds. Part now that we're getting in that stage when players are in a snooker situation, it's one thing to get out of it, but you want to leave all the balls safe. So here's a great chance for Charlie. Red is Charlie's frame ball. Let's look at the scoreboard, just got to psych himself up. I really would like to get a few more, get his color ball here, and maybe a yellow and a green at least, just to put the distance so it doesn't bring Kevin any hint to come back to the table, as much as there's a 33 distance between them right now, point differential. 27 on. It's two snookers. It's not the end of the world. Not sure in the knockout phase. I'll double check. If we're in that point where there's more than two snookers required when the colors are on, then it's a concession. Kevin was able to get out of that snooker. Just trying to get in touch with our tournament director just to find out about, because in the round robin phase, we did have when they were on the colors, if a player needed more than two snookers to win, then it was a concession. Becoming a little bit more popular in the Americas, just as more of a teaching aid to players. Some players obviously have been around the game for quite a while, that they know. And when they're down 60 and there's 27 points on, they know they're not coming back, so they just concede. But some people that are new, that may not know all the rules of the game, just think that the game is over when all the balls are potted. So it's one of those unwritten rules that aren't published but learned as you get deeper and deeper into the great sport of snooker. But if he wanted that cannon black, and he's really dug a deep hole for him. However, if he can get behind that black, Kevin, that is, Charlie's going to be in a world of trouble. But likewise, Kevin might be as well. Charlie definitely trying to find that nice resting place behind the black and the pink. Giving Charlie a chance. He's got a long yellow. I think if this yellow drops, I don't think Kevin's going to come back to the table. Frame one, lick your wounds, come back and. Ooh. That pocket has been Charlie's nemesis, seen a few times on the TV table when he's played. Top right corner. Well, that opened up the hiding spot behind the black. Still, there's a nice little crevice there behind the pink if Kevin can find it. Bike Carrot, thank you for the inside track there. He's been watching both streams, both ones at Ox and Empire, and just clarifying for everybody that when they're on the colors, player needs more than three snookers to win, and it is a concession. Now that might change when we get near the final and semifinals. Not sure if that's throughout the knockout phase, but great investigative work by Garrett, the Pacific Northwest visitor of Dale Cooper, special agent. Be proud about your detection. What a great show Twin Peaks was. We're right in its backyard here, up in the Seattle area. I think I mentioned Twin Peaks actually way back when it was in its heyday in the early 90s. Kevin take a shot here. Oh, that's a nice yellow. Not that he wanted it, but certainly always get the shots when you don't want them, it seems. Just trying to get that snooker, trying to get behind that pink. So close, Kevin. But good effort. You want to be absolute precise against a player like Charlie. Charlie going to do it with the green. Oh, so close. Wow. We might have the magic pocket. Unfortunately, Kevin might be snookered here. And there's a concession there. So Charlie Brown will take that first frame by a scoreline of 59-24. Let the players rack it up for frame two. So just to continue that Twin Peaks story, back in the day, in the heyday of Twin Peaks, David Lynch was commissioned actually to do some commercials for a Georgia coffee that was big in Japan. And there's one where Special Agent Dale Cooper and this Japanese gentleman are on a case, and they're looking to find, some great coffee. And they look in the back of a car, and in the back of the car, there's the triangle of all reds, the snooker balls. And then it all of a sudden merges into a piece of cherry pie. I never had the chance to meet the great David Lynch. Unfortunately, he passed away. Artist I do truly admire. But is he a big snooker fan? I'm not sure, because it's come up a couple times. There was also a special feature that they did in Twin Peaks when they re-released it a few years back, of asking one of the characters what they're doing recently, and they're saying that they're watching a lot of TV, they're watching some sports, some football, oh, especially snooker. So, talking about this earlier, how snooker just kind of comes into the pop culture here and there. Enough with the fantasy world. Let's get back into reality. Kevin Cooey set to break off frame two, just allowing CCU to analyze his shot as he's on the table just above. Let's see if Kevin can get his first frame on the board. Always important. You're never in a match until you get that first frame. Charlie would love to extend, get a 2-0 advantage. A nice break off. Very nice. So you can acknowledge by a tap on the table from Charlie. Very nicely done. Just might flick out this red that's close to the right middle. Just wants to avoid the pocket. Come off the cushion, maybe can get. Well, he's left a long red, it looks like, for Charlie. One out in the open on the right side into that top right corner. Double shot to nothing for Charlie, yeah. Oh, thanks for the update, Bike Carrot. Varun Juneja, the 2023 Seattle Snooker Open champion, went to a decider with Francis. Stay in there, Francis. It's coming for you. Like first tournament, I saw her play. She was struggling, but if you're going to a decider with a ex-champion, doing a good job. I think it's helped a lot having the Women's U.S. Open down at Ox. Francis has played some tough competitors, and that's just going to help you that much more with your game. A long time ago, when Steve Davis was at his peak powers, a gentleman by the name of Ian Doyle from Scotland asked him to come up and play this kid that Ian was managing, a young fellow by the name of Stephen Hendry. And Stephen Davis just destroyed Stephen Hendry. I mean, they were like 10-2, 10-1, 10-3, 10-0, maybe even. These matches, just an obliteration. But however, it didn't really affect the confidence of young Hendry. I think it taught him just to dig in, work harder and harder if he wants to be a world champion. I think he had sights on becoming 7 times world champion as Steve Davis and the great late Ray Reardon. Ray's resting in peace up there. They were both 6-time world champions, and Stephen obviously wanted to be the best. He is one of the best. So sometimes you need to lose, get better at the game, to show you what the ability is out there. Get the wake-up call that is, sometimes you're playing friends or at your local club, and the talent might not be as strong if you're putting in the time. It's snooker there by Kevin. I think once I asked Charlie what does he find the best part about snooker, and he was telling me once, it's like, well, the agony, the frustration, the disappointment, but for a few moments, there's moments of glory. That's what you hold on to. Not sure if Jack and the president of the Charlie Brown fan club, Haley, are tuning in. Charlie's got a youngster up there in Whistler. Looks like he's adapting to golf. Hopefully Charlie can get him on the table soon enough. There are some good junior programs up in the Vancouver area. Jonathan's son from Top 147 Billiards, Snooker Lounge. He's doing a great job. He's got I think a stable of maybe 6 or 7 juniors. That's just great to see. Well, that red has just come up to, I think, block the path for that yellow, and the yellow's blocking the path for the blue. I see another red that's blocking the path of the black, and pink is kind of swelled up, so it's just green or brown. That is true by Garrett. Yeah, Joe Davis has won 15, but way back there, I think he only had one opponent in the World Championship. And actually, Joe bought the trophy for the World Championship. So yeah, Joe Davis just is fundamentally the architect, really, of the great game. Obviously, Neville Chamberlain, army officer in India. That's where the game was fully formed in 1875. It was all just played casually here and there, but Joe Davis brought a little bit of seriousness to the game, some legitimacy, created a world championship. It's nice to see the growth of the game for sure, because all the great players that we know from the boom in the 80s, obviously our friends in Canada, Cliff Thorburn and Kirk Stevens and Bill Werbeniuk, it was tough for those guys as they had to travel obviously across the Atlantic to play because most of the tournaments were in Britain. And most of them did have to uproot from Canada and live in a different country. Now it's not as bad as we see recently now some of the Chinese players that have to move to Britain because it's a completely different culture and completely different language. But there weren't as many tournaments back when Kirk and Charlie and Cliff were. Charlie's here. Charlie was not over there. I mean, Kirk, Cliff, and Bill. But they had to do a lot of exhibitions as well. They had to travel up and down the country. Now, like, it seems like there's a lot more tournaments on the pro scene. They've also introduced that £20,000 guarantee that all the players get just so they can really focus on it. So always a lot of great things to evolve the game, and we're seeing great growth here in America. Canada, we're seeing a regrowth. Joe's just going to take a small little break. Look into the bulk area. Didn't get the cover on this red, but certainly a long pot there. Might be forcing Kevin actually into taking it. Pardon me. That's great to see that Randall Morrison is prepping to run a tournament again. Randall, who used to be the president of the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association. Sometimes life can come in the way, and sometimes we have to step aside from the game. Randall, when I was talking with him in Calgary at the Calgary Open last February, January, February, he was just amazed of what has happened with the game since he's been away. I think Randall and Ramin Haderi, I think those are the guys, the front runners out there in Calgary. It is correct by Garrett. It's the Western Canadian Open Snooker Championship. Anyone's interested, check out the Daly Snooker Academy. Google search that. You should be able to find details on that tournament. And with being an open tournament, I believe it's open to anybody. See, it's tough with the countries that we live in, Canada and America. They're so vast that there's just these little pockets of snooker, and it's tough sometimes to unite them on a country level. As you know, you drive 2 hours in England, you're pretty much on the other side of the country sometimes, and you drive 2 hours in Seattle, you're basically out of the downtown. I think Kevin do that before. I feel in the last frame he went into reds and spread them out and just fluked a red into that top left corner. And Mike Garrett, are you from the Seattle area? I know you've tuned in. Great viewer all the time. We've had some good debates, but we're getting actually whereabouts you're finding us. Good friend Chuck Jones, haven't seen him jump on. And from the Motor City. You never know. Mike Garrett might be my best friend. You never know with these handles that people have sometimes. People can go incognito when they're online. Always a great community that we have when we have these streams. Really appreciate everyone's feedback. If the picture's not looking so great to you, if the sound's a little muffled or anything like that, that's why we have the chat there. Got a great team working behind the scenes. Christian Younger's doing a fantastic job as streaming producer once again. So don't worry if you're not being a nag if the picture's stuttering a little bit. Obviously, we'll take a look at our end. Good to know. Mike Garrett from Southwest Washington, maybe close to Vancouver, Washington. Not that far south, just down there in Washington. Or Rochester, I should say. Rochester, Washington. Well, if you're ever out in Des Moines, Washington, you got a factory out there that makes Partners crackers. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, these crackers are to die for. I don't know, there's something magical going on in the state of Washington, but I think you can find them in your local grocery stores in the Washington area. But if you want to go to the heart of the matter, head to Des Moines to pay them a visit. Kind of a little Seahawks score right here, as Charlie's got a 14-3 lead. That can change quite a lot. Certainly more resemble a snooker score than a NFL football score. Is getting close to that season. Nice long red there. Like Kevin, he might just be a bit straight on this brown. It's fortunate that there is that red that's around the blue. Just don't snooker yourself. 6 feet by 12 feet on this table, and he put that 2 1/16 of an inch ball right in the spot where he did not want to be. Now, he can hit a red, but the break is not going to continue. Have to come up with a good safe shot. It's got a nice kiss off the brown to put him close to the bulk. The Grudge Masters, Mike Garrett and Carl Hancock of In the Pocket Billiards down there in Rochester. Want any updates on the results? Definitely check out the challenge site. That's challenge.com/SSO25 Empire Ox. You can check out the group stage to see where all your favorite players went and how the results happened there. We've not updated the bracket so far, but Andy McCluskey has moved on. And Dave Daly has moved on as well. Varun Yunajay has gone. And Angus Liu and Ho Chin Yang. I'm not sure who won that match, but they are all finished over at Ox. So hopefully they'll update that bracket soon enough. Charlie baiting in Kevin into taking one of these reds into the left middle. I hope I cared. Is that a song title? He never calls the blue the 5-ball anymore. Shot there by Kevin. Struck it solidly, full of confidence. He hasn't got the greatest results as he looks to the heavens a little bit. So that's a chance. Well, he's going for. Obviously, Charlie's playing for the safe, getting his cue ball tight to the bulk cushion. This is there. That might be unfortunate for Charlie. Oh, thanks for the clarification. Mike by Garrett talking about Carl calling the blue ball the 5 ball. There have been a lot of words spoken after that by Garrett, so sorry if my memory's a little weak on the actual occurrence when that happened. Here's another good shot on this blue. Got some open reds just to the right of the pink. Looks like he's going to take the yellow just to come off the bulk cushion to play for those reds. Just to run a bit more, just a little short of pace. Shot with the rest by Kevin. Wanted to slide past that pink. Square in the face. It's giving Kevin a good opportunity for this red into the top right corner. Might be able if he, yeah, suns off this pink, he might be able to disturb one of these reds. It's all right. She's got a Q over this red, and that's a pretty thin. Just a little too thin. Yeah, it's a little inflated. Kevin is a bit. But 7 points increases his lead, 28-14. A possibility to get behind the blue here. Clip out this red, take the cushion. Oh, into the blue and into the pocket. Trying to get behind that blue. Double kiss. Well, I think he's going to flick off that blue. He's giving a little opportunity to Charlie. It's like forever since Charlie's potted a ball. There you go. I guess the commentator's curse can work in many ways. Most of the time we're cheering on a player and happy with what they're making, and then they say they shouldn't be able to miss this shot, and then they do. Going around the world here. At least 3 cushions. And nestles on the 4th. Yeah, I'd love to be off the cushion with this red. Just gonna lance off the top side of that red. Please scoot his cue ball into the bulk area. And he's got the snooker on 1 red, but there is 1 red open. Yeah, that'd probably be a big celebration in 2027 when that's the centennial of the World Championship. Like Eric just letting us know with a little tidbit of information, as the first championship was held in 1927, and the trophy was bought for a mere £19. Actually, a little known fact as well, there's 2 World Championship trophies. Charlie's just coming over just to make sure the score is right. Yeah, those wooden sliders are now looking like antiques, those scorekeeping devices. A lot more are going digital. Definitely helps for all the viewers here that have come over to Empire to watch it. The digital scoreboards you can see from across the room, whereas those sliders sometimes are a bit difficult. I don't think Charlie did that on purpose to cause a little bit of a delay, but did that delay affect Kevin a little bit with that green? We hit it a couple of times, but oh, it snuck out a little bit, this red below the pink. It could be a shot to nothing for Charlie. Mike Garrett is asking the trivia question of who bought trophy for the World Championship. Got some viewers out there. Feel free to chime in if you know the answer. Not sure what Bike Garrett is offering as a prize, but I'm pretty sure it will be something special. Well, 35 points on the table, 15 in it. Pink and black and brown, the only colors on their spots. Yellow's in a really nasty piece of business up there. For that white, oh, I thought it was just slimming off that cushion. Thought it was going to just push it enough not to fall, but unfortunately, it's found the bottom of the pocket. Charlie's not out of the frame, but you don't want to be just giving up careless points like that. Well, he's got a thin cut into the right middle. That green is a little bit of protection if he is to falter. Might have had a bit of fortune in there, Charlie has. It looks like he's got Kevin in the snooker. I'm going to try and swerve this around. Difficult. Well played. Tried a double kiss, but I think it'll be all right for Charlie. This cue ball might be sticking around where that brown or the red is. The red's gonna maybe go shooting down towards the top left corner. It's a ginger snap thin red into the right middle. You're up 2-0. You're up in the frame as well. Might be a little tempted, but I don't believe so. Bike Garrett is asking a question for one of the guys that's wearing glasses. On the right side of the screen, is he one of the owners of the Arizona Snooker Club? You're alluding to the gentleman in the blue shirt. Unfortunately not. That's Prathamesh Sawant. And opponent John Pune, I believe, is a local player up here. So I don't think anybody actually from Arizona made the trip for this great tournament. Pretty sure we'll be seeing a few of them at the Pan Am Championships that will be starting on August 30th and running to September 7th. We'll be down in Sacramento, California, the capital of California. Charlie just has a grimace there. That was not the result he wanted. All right, we're on to the colors. Oh, Kevin, that would have been a big black right there. That would have been him 27 ahead with 27 on. Good to hear by Carrot making a statement online that he will make it to the 2027 Seattle Snooker Open Championship. The entrance fee, I believe, is $250, and first place will be taking home $2,800. So it's a little bit of cash to play for. Charlie just letting CC take his shot there, as you can see at the top of the screen. Just at the right side of that horn. However, he's a little fortunate. Could have been a lot better for him. He would have liked some distance, maybe even getting behind the brown or the black up there, but Has a chance to get behind the pink. Oh, and he hits the horn too. Fortunately enough, his cue ball is close to that top cushion. Like something in the room kind of threw Charlie off a little bit on his shot, so he just stood up and recomposed. So he's just maybe just not liking it. It's a thin slice into the left middle with the yellow, or the green, I should say. Getting behind myself. An effort on that shot. Just rattled the jaws and just didn't drop. Trying to get that green by the pink. So close, so close. Just a millimeter to the left and Kevin would be in nirvana. Ooh, and try the double kiss. Does just need green and brown. You need to hit with some pace. Oh, what's this happening here? What is this happening? Oh no, it just straightened up. I thought it was gonna go into that pocket. Coming down, it looked like it was. Then it just kind of straightened up. So obviously when you're in the top area and you're shooting your ball into the bulk with the nap, it will push it left or right. Your first shot when that happens, okay, be a bit frustrated. Maybe the table isn't fully straight, but remember that. As even if it was a perfectly straight table, sometimes when you're in around a pack of reds, say, and you had a red into middle pocket, either left or right, always good to aim that red just at the top horn, the horn that's close to the bulk area, because the nap will push that red ball down just ever so gently and maybe make it a successful pot for you. Messy up there in the bulk area. Oof. You think that brown does pass the blue into the green pocket where they stand right now. Doesn't go in, smiling a little bit. I don't think he's got the snooker. The position for this Brown. This is frame ball. He's got a 21-point advantage right now. 22 on the table. He'd like to seal the deal. Just put this blue in. Don't give Charlie any ideas as that black is in a potential spot for a snooker. Didn't get it. So 25 in it. Charlie does need 2 snookers. There's the trivia answer. Thanks, Spike Garrett. I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to let the chat maybe fire off some answers, but no one's really active. Joe Davis, yes, did buy that trophy. That is now the World Championship trophy. Sounds looking promising for Kevin Cooey to tie up this match 1 frame apiece, but he's got to get this blue ball down. Well, Charlie's put that black in a nice spot for a snooker, but unfortunately, this blue definitely on for Kevin. Ooh, that's going to be a concession there. Yeah, it was rolling pretty close. So 7-point foul there for Charlie, but that's going to, again, he concedes that frame. So Kevin Cooey takes this second frame, and we'll just step aside for a few short moments and be right back with frame 3 action of this last 16 match. And we're back here, everybody, with frame 3. This match with Kevin Cooey from the United States of America taking Charlie Brown on from Canada. Just an announcement from Bike Garrett, if you guys aren't reading his comments. He wants to introduce the Carl Cup. It's the first Sunday of every month at the In the Pocket Snooker Club in Rochester, Washington. In the neighborhood. If you do like the snooker, head on over there. Any other information about that great fun tournament, Bike Garrett, feel free to drop it in the comments section, and hopefully all the great fans we have will read it, and hopefully you can get some more players out there. So, big frame here, always the odd ones are. Whoever's able to take this one will be one frame away from victory, moving on. Both have struggled a little bit with some fluency. We haven't really seen a lot of high breaks. Leave Charlie anything easy. Well, he's got the black, but it's a tough one. Oh, can you believe it? Just stunned in shock, looking at the heavens. The terrible luck that Charlie Brown has been having that we've seen today on the TV tables. Got to put him on suicide watch a little later tonight, and just, well, that was a tough black, beautifully stroked, put it in, and then sure enough, the cue ball slides along and goes into the opposite corner pocket. They say snooker parallels life, that's for sure. Some things are just not fair. But Charlie's got to forget about that. Move on. Lots of snooker still in this match. I say head. Clever shot there by Charlie. We had those two reds left of the black that's blocking the red. It's just left of the white. Kevin trying to plant. This looks dangerous. Just like Kevin can clip off the left side of the pack. Things up and run deep, hopefully back into the bulk area. It's all right. The black that's out in the open left, or the red that's left of the black, I should say. Probably might just be able to, just a thin snick on the left side. Definitely dangerous of it in off. Just gonna come off a couple of cushions, hopefully nestle into the red, just below the red I was previously mentioning. That doesn't have the pace or the line. Better shot there by Charlie. I think he's left the red just below the black. This black will go to the other corner pocket. Could be a really big opportunity. Kevin. So my open reds. Black is available to both corner pockets. Just gotta keep his nerves about him. Kevin getting all his body into it there. It's fortunate if he's got the blue up on its spot. Oh, Was he just thinking a bit too much about the blue? Well, he's giving Charlie a decent chance. There's got to be mindful just of the thinking yellow if he wanted to take that red on. Just the 5 in the middle of the table there. He runs through, he's got the black. Gutsy shot. Gutsy shot. And he's just going to elect to play safe. Just doesn't want to take any chances. Doesn't want to gift the match to his opponent. Wants to make his opponent earn it. Three reds, and just to the right of that, there's a red. Is there an angle off if Charlie tries to take the blind cut there? Can he just go? Is there? It looks like there's a path between the black and those three reds. Not going to cannon into the other reds. Hit the couple cushions. So element of safe. Up on the table there from Charlie, acknowledging good eyes at finding that gap. Back to bulk for Kevin. Well, that red is kind of covered up the black now. Just to the novice viewer here, obviously trying to force their opponent to make the mistake. That's why they're not going for any outrageous pot. They know their percentages. That's a good thing to know as a snooker player, what shots you make, what you don't make. Sometimes you just got to grab the horse by the reins and just dig in. Wow, very nice plant there by Kevin. But both these players know that if a player gets in, they could score quite heavily. We haven't seen a lot in this match, but Kevin's been around for a while. Charlie's been around the world and back again in this game. So there's a lot of respect there. pot, but he had a chance. He was going to be on the blue, so let's see if... there is a pathway, although if he hits off the right side of this red, he's going to be coming off a couple cushions coming back down table. Well, he could be a bit more solid of a contact on the red. Tough to see from our vantage point in the booth. Done well to avoid the blue. This is a great safety shot here by Charlie. Might be able those four on the bottom. The furthest one on the right side. Maybe flick it, go two cushions. He forced Kevin to take on that long pot, as the safety was not there. Probably just waiting for CC to take his shot on the table above. Just gently roll into this red. No. Oh, has he got a bit of fortune there? Almost. That red just licked off that one red. Thought it maybe the luck was changing for Charlie. It could have gone in, as we've just seen him have real tough luck down here in America. Thought he was just going to gently maybe tap that red, as putting that red down at the top end of the table. There is one red still in the bulk area. It's the green, Kevin's new best friend. Tell from our vantage point, not sure if he's blocked the potting angle on that red. It's a tough one to the right middle. Always very fortunate with that brown come in there. It's blocked that red.
All right, everyone. David Burney's taking a break. He's rebooting some things, and this Christian Younger's here in the booth with you, hanging out until Dave gets back. Just got an update from a match out in the back. Looks like room owner here, CCU, has been taken down by Mr. Jackie Wee, coming from the Los Angeles area. So the runner-up from last year will not get a second chance at this year's final, as he's been eliminated here in the top 16 round in a best of 5. So now I think Kevin Cooey is the only last at-home Empire Billiards player left. There might be somebody else, if I'm not mistaken. I have to double check, looking at the bracket. Advancing, Jackie Wee is going to be playing against Hao Cheng Yang, who I believe plays out of Ox. Varun Juneja is going to be playing the winner of this match. We've got Andy McCluskey waiting in the wind against the winner of Ethan and Redwan. And Mr. Dave Daly's waiting in the wind against the winner of John Pune and Prathamesh Sawan, who I believe are playing on the table to the right of our screen now. We've actually played. We're going to plan to play the quarterfinals as well tonight after these matches conclude in the top 16 round. So stay tuned if you guys are watching. Should be some good stuff. We got a few viewers in the chat. I haven't been able to get on the mic much of this tournament so far. Let me know where you guys are watching from. It's Christian Youngers in the booth, doing a little remote action. Kevin Quay has come a long way. I feel like both these players have, from what I've seen in these matches, are almost a little tentatively boxing and jabbing at each other. It feels like they're maybe afraid to try to open things up too much because they know what the other person is capable of. I also did sense decent amount of frustration from Charlie Brown, I think, in the first frame that I watched. Maybe just not quite getting the rolls he's expecting, or missing some sort of straightish shots that he would expect to make.
And we apologize for a little technical hiccup. Thank you, Christian, for jumping into the booth. Happened a little bit my setup, but we've hopefully cleared that up. And the pictures are bright, and the sounds are sweet. Looks like Kevin Cooey is taken away with this frame. Let's see. Leading by 49. 43 on the table. Tyler A is wondering what the high break of the tournament is so far. 92, as I've heard. 92 by the reigning champ, Andy McCluskey. Now, that was done at Ox. The highest break, I think, that we've had over here. Might have been a... No, Charlie had a 51. He's playing this room. CC might have had a 70. Someone had a 70, but besides the point, the high runner right now is Andy McCluskey with 92. Might be seeing him in action a little later tonight. At the conclusion of these Sweet 16 matches, we will have the quarterfinals tonight. Like there's a big ceremony over tonight in Seattle at the ballpark, retiring the great Ichiro Suzuki, especially into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Let me get behind that black. Just there's a potential of a free ball, obviously, when you get down to that final red. Charlie trailing by 40, but this red probably will seal the deal. Oh, it doesn't go in, though. Wonder if he rushed it just a little bit. I think he just needed a bit more on that red to come behind the yellow. Looks like there could be a pathway. Happiness for Kevin Cooey. There was, he tried. Looks like we only have 2 matches left in the Sweet 16. A big upset. Jackie Wee took out 2022 Seattle Snooker Open champion CCU. This is just a few more rotations and it would have been money in the bank for Charlie getting behind that blue. But yeah, there's many factors out there for CC. You know, obviously this is his room, so he might have a little home field advantage, knows the tables in and out. But as well, he's kind of been co-tournament directing with Jamie Miller, making sure everything's running around smoothly. So maybe that had a little thought in the back of his head. But nevertheless, one champion is down. Still Varun Juneje and Andy McCluskey are still alive in the tournament. So Varun is going to play the winner of this match. You can click on the link in the YouTube channel, the link there to the challenge site to find all the updated scores. He's had a little run of the balls there. Going for the pot, playing a little bit with house money. That Charlie does need a snooker. 40-point advantage and only 35 on the table. I think he can slide by that pink. That brown, he's going to maybe need to use a cushion. I think he's thinking he's not needing it. Ooh, that's not the place that he wants to be. He's just had a bad run. The balls, he's played all right. Some misses, but Kevin has missed as well. But sometimes when Charlie misses, it just really is disastrous. So he's going to concede that frame. So Kevin Cooey takes a very important frame 3. He's win away from clinching this match and booking himself into the quarterfinals. What will the Canadian do? Give himself a little pep talk and hopefully rebound and take that 4th frame to push us into decider. We'll find out when frame 4 commences in a short moment. A little safety battle to start things off. course, I thought that was a careless miss, but it looks like there is a touching ball. I've been pointing out which ball the cue ball is touching and announcing it so his opponent can hear. Always a good practice to have. The normal safety shot is getting out of the question here with those two reds up there. Like Kevin's going to push that red up there and stay down here at the top end of the table. Guess then I'm not going to like that result. Gifted a decent chance here. Fortunately, he does have those reds in bulk, so if he just runs a little bit out of position on a color, he could have a saving grace with them up there. Try to open up the pack. He's giving Charlie a red to start up. But after this, I'm not sure where his colors is going to be. Yeah, he's got the brown there as well into the right middle. But I think he's called a foul on himself. This nice little break here so far. Although Kevin's going to need a nice red to keep it going. Small little 13. Is there a path for this red? I don't think it goes through the brown and green. Well, there's a little red poking out of the pack. Charlie pot this in the top right corner. Ooh. It's a pretty big miss. Kevin's got a clue in on that. You can see that his opponent is suffering a little bit. Definitely not getting around the balls as we've seen. Just the luck is not on Charlie's side. Just short, compact shots here for Kevin. Be yellow, red, black. The yellow doesn't go into the pocket. He maybe was thinking what I was saying. Could see it all in front of him. And he's got a mid to long range red here. Yeah, gotta look out for that yellow, Kevin. He's queuing over. It's done nicely to get that black back down to the business end of the table. He was just having a little peek. Maybe there was a plant there with those two reds, the right side of the bunch. Oh, Kevin's really starting to turn it on now. Extending his lead in this fourth frame. Charlie Brown, the lone Canadian hope. We'll get another chance. Now, there's yet to been a Canadian that has won this Seattle Snooker Open. There has been some funny rolls, Graham. He's asking, did that roll funny or what? Definitely have to agree. This table is... There's some moments where balls have just kind of gone a little squirrely just before they've come to their resting place. They're in the fourth frame of this best of five. Last 16 match in the first round of the knockout phase. Kevin Cooey leads Charlie Brown 35-6. Kevin as well has a 2-frame-to-1 advantage in the match. Wow, he's just getting all the rolls here. Viciously snooker Charlie there. Kevin was more trying to take on that pot, but he got a result there. The big opportunity that Kevin's been gifted. Yeah, you can just tell a little bit on that body language with Charlie. Is this going in? Oh, would have been a colossal fluke there. Hey, thanks for tuning in, SC Manhattan. Good to see some familiar faces chiming in on the stream. Glad you're enjoying day 2 of the Seattle Snooker Open. It's David Burney in the booth. This match concludes. We'll be jumping into the quarterfinals. We'll be playing those matches tonight. Those are best of fives, setting up Championship Sunday here at Empire Billiards in Bellevue, Washington. Semifinals will be best of sevens, leading up to a final that will be best of 9. is this red going to end up and not going to be in a nice spot? This is going to be definitely a tournament that Charlie Brown is going to forget quite easily. Definitely this day too. Just the luck was not in his hands. You need to have good skill. You can't just win on luck. But just some of the unfortunate shots that he's had, especially in this match, just so unpredictable. You can't even see that coming. Kind of stopped in his tracks a little bit there. That was his frame ball. My apologies. His pink is his frame ball. He's up by 50. Doesn't go. Kevin falters on his frame ball. Puts that pink safe though. Just looking at the scoreboard, he's down 50. There's 51 on. The Xboxer is always a fighter. He's not going to go down quietly. SSC Manhattan, Francis did enter the tournament. He's asking about Francis Chow. And she made it into the last 16. And actually had a battle with 2024 Seattle Snooker Open champion Varun Junajay. He went to a decider. So good showing there by Francis. This is an interesting little plant here for Kevin. $53 points in it, 43 on the table. Last red always can be great points for a free ball scenario. Oh, it's just, I think he's going to be shaking hands there. Probably trying to thin cut there. Just unfortunate. Commiserations for the Canadian. He's going to be going home a little earlier than expected, but well done, Kevin Cooey. takes that match 3 frames to 1. We're going to step aside for maybe about a few moments, maybe 5-10 minutes, because our next match, a quarterfinal match, will be looking like John Pune and Dave Daly. So fitted to be an exciting one. So stand by, everybody. We'll be back, say 5-10 minutes. Keep that stream going. If there's any other updates, I will come back on the air and let you know. So this is your cue. Get that cool drink or a nice cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to our last match of the day. Quarterfinal action. John Pune taking on Dave Daly in a best of 5. Big match here. Who's going to punch their card into Championship Sunday? That's John breaking off, wearing the vest. Dave Daly in the dark, other darkish purple shirt with the black jeans. And John didn't make a great breakoff shot there. He's left a red on for Dave. Great shot right there. Beautiful red, just flicked off the pack to open up and be plumb on the black. There's a bit more luck of the Irish there. Have a pathway. It definitely looks like it. Is it going to come off the top cushion and come into the reds here? He's trying, but maybe that's what disturbed him, so he didn't make the black. See Manhattan. That's great to hear about Frances. Yeah, she's top drawer stuff. She really is a very warm and gentle human being, and turning into quite a snooker player. So. It's almost a Kevin Cooey shot going into those reds and knocking a red in there. So Dave inspecting it thoroughly. Like Jackie Wee is up 1 frame to none in his quarterfinal match, and Andy McCluskey and Ethan Huang are just about to start battle. That was a thin cut there by Dave. He's staring down that cue ball. He was worried might find home in the yellow pocket. Obviously, with that thin cut on that black, he did not have control of where the cue ball was going to go. Didn't get the cover from the yellow for John. He's got a thin cut into the left middle, or quite a long red into the top left corner pocket. This is the quarterfinals of the 2025 Seattle Snooker Open Championship. David Burney's in the booth, navigating you through this quarterfinal match between Dave Daly and John Pune. We're up on YouTube. Check out Ox Billiards YouTube page, and you should be able to find us. Or if you're on Facebook, pop by the Emerald Empire Billiards Snooker page. You should be able to see the live action, and definitely let us know where you're tuning in from. Snooker is a global game, reaches all corners of the earth. Have some some pride in where you're coming from and viewing. And then any questions, comments, shout outs, either to either of these players, give them your respects. We just ask you to keep it clean, keep it safe, keep it about snooker. No need to go into big political debates. Now, obviously, we can debate who the best snooker player is. It's always good banter. There's some talk about the foul and the miss ruling that we've heard a little bit of late. Or with the Crucible, potentially the World Championships moving out of there in 2027. It seemed to come out a little bit more free-flowing than our last televised match. It seemed like just from the get-go, both Kevin and Charlie were kind of clamping down. Kevin was certainly aware of the ability of Charlie Brown. That's why he might have been a little bit careful. And unfortunately, luck was just not on the Canadian side. The red, those three reds in a line, one in the middle. You can come back up for the blue. Oh, it's a bad kiss with that red into the green. Dave has given John a golden opportunity. There's any kind of luck there with a pathway with a yellow going through and red's blocking the green. Brown's being covered by the yellow. Left the red on for Dave into the left middle. Both players coming out, going for their shots. Just nice to see. It's not a super long format. Ooh, it's a tough one. Long formats, obviously, these best of five, but being used to the best of three where you're kind of clamming up right at the beginning, especially if you lose a frame because one more and then you've lost the match. But best of five, the first frame, Gotta suss out your opponent a little bit. Take a few more shots on that you might not. If you are to falter in the first frame, then maybe start hunkering down and maybe not go for those wild shots as you did in the first frame. Just a heads up, we will be starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. on the West Coast. So that's 2 p.m. on the eastern side of the continent. Oh, boy, do those hurt. Especially when they're running a little slower than usual, just slowly, slowly. You can't do anything about it. You just want to scream at that ball to stop. They've taken his chances. Not sure. Well, obviously Dave would really like to get to the finals, but if in the unfortunate event that he is knocked out, I'm not sure if he's going to be reffing the final. Always appreciate when he steps up to the call to don the white gloves. Shot on that red. Kind of slowly run through this blue. Has that red close to the top left corner pocket. Maybe you ran just a bit too much. Nice long red there by John. He's left a couple mid-range shots Dave has. Pune, very good with that rest. Definitely looks like a good opportunity to get the first frame on the board for him. It's pink to develop those two reds. Red there. Yeah, that was going to be his frame ball, but electing not to do anything careless. And just put Dave into the bulk area. 35 in it, 43 on the table. This first frame of quarterfinal match. It's got to run some of those. Ooh, the thin cut, a big lead. I wouldn't be surprised if John doesn't take this on. How's that going to be a costly miss? Dave turned the tide here. I just don't want to cannon into that black with the red. Just 30 points the difference, 35 on. It's a thin cut into that left middle. I'd be surprised if John refused it. Or he is going to play safe. It's just a little thinner than we saw it. It's tough to see sometimes those angles on the middle pockets. They just look so easy because they're the only two pockets that look more open, more forgiving. Oh, oh, oh. That one from bad to worse there. Double kiss on the red kind of blocked the potential of a cross double. And then the end off with the cue ball gives John 4 points, extends his lead. He still can win if he gets the red and the black and runs the colors. He'll win by a point. Yeah, definitely getting into the quarterfinals. These are highly skilled players. So if you are in a snooker, obviously mission one is to get out of it, but definitely it's equally as imperative is to make sure all the balls are safe. Oh. Okay, into the black. That's a 7-point foul there for Dave. And that's a free ball. Looking like to me, look like that brown is in the way there. Oh, there's a shot. It has a nice little smile. It's trailing by 40 points. What if he's just maybe getting some table time? I'm pretty sure our score is up to date. Looks like the snooker is laid there. He might be able to thinly nick it on the left side. Oh, but the in off there, and there's finally the concession there by Dave Daly. So John Pune takes this first frame, a best of 5 match. It's up beside me, right back with frame 2. See if Dave Daly can even the score. And welcome back, everybody, to the quarterfinal match of the 2025 Seattle Snooker Open between John Pune and Dave Daly. It's a nice, exciting little first frame there, actually. Both players kind of taking on their shots. Not really like dilly-dallying too much, kind of playing a bit more aggressive. Trying to make the opportunity happen for them. Now we'll see how Dave can rebound. Hopefully he can get his first frame on the board, and we'll get into this match. Oh, John's want to keep the machine running. Let us know if you have any comments or questions or voice your support. I want to hear those Go Daily chants or Go Poon chants. Those players will happily enjoy that. It's 2023 champion on the right side of your screen, Varun Juneja. Very nice pot there by Dave. Yes, I think with the summertime, kind of relax the dress code a little bit. There you go, Zeb. Wave for tuning in. He's sharing his support for the Double D. Yeah, looks like possibly in the cluster of reds, the one on the bottom left is what he's aiming for, because I don't think there's a plant anywhere in there. This might just be running and hide for Dave. Yeah, he's left a long red. Will Dave be tempted to take that on? I'd have no choice, really. Not really seeing a path back to bulk for him. I almost think these guys are headed over the Ichiro ceremony tonight. It seems like as soon as that cue ball rests, the opponent is right there behind the cue ball, ready to take a shot. I think that red's just come around to block the path. Those two. And when you get the tactical battle, it kind of pushes the reds all over the place, mostly to the sides of the table. Gets them out of the middle of the table, where they can be very profitable to pot. This frame is just getting a little bit messy. Tried for the safe, John did, but unfortunately can't enter a red that stopped the pace of his cue ball. Giving Dave Slight a chance. He tempted into taking one of these reds by the pink into the right middle. How's that for a shot? That's the luck of the Irish. We like to see you with Dave Daly. He's just waiting for a player on the top table. Not too sure who that is. Yeah, lots of reds at the top end. Black is really covered up, and all the other colored balls have gone up towards the bulk line. Some live there happily, usually. The yellow, brown, and green. Pink and blue have found their way up there. John has found a nice little hiding spot behind planet Earth with that blue and green ball. It's getting a little bit more tactical now. Both hunkered down a little bit from that free-flowing first frame. Certainly like to take this blue, get it back down on its spot. This looks like a pathway between. Selecting for the brown. Struck. Maybe just wasn't comfortable. It looked like that. It does look like that blue does pass in between pink and the green. He had the angle. The natural angle was going to take him back down the table. Now he's got the pink. It's just a little off straight, so he's going to have to put a deep screw on it to bring it back down to the top end. It's a thin cut. He's got the black and he's cut 7. Red ball's below the black spot. Brought a red out after that pink. Nicely done. John's just going to take his 8 and run away. Let's see. Dave has a cross double here with an element of safety. Very nicely done. His safety was more of importance to him. Oh, he's got a blue. Also the yellow. That run red poking out there, but it's one miss. I think this might come back. It's not going to put him back. Interesting. You guys have a good thing about it. No, he's not. Obviously, I guess, Dave would make the adjustments. I think that's what he would have done on the next shot. Oh, and has it had a result? Comes off the green to just snug real tight. Yeah, you can see the little smile on Dave's face as he walks back to his chair. I can just roll up to these reds down here. There's a big target down there. Yeah, maybe come off that bulk cushion. Come off the left. Shoot down where they're higher up on the right cushion, and hopefully that angle will shoot you off and just roll nicely into a red. Just wants to get snug to it. Doesn't want to burst them open. Wasn't close to anything. And Dave's not going to put him back, or Dave is going to put him back in. Dave did have that red into the right middle. There is the pink. But just so off on that first attempt by John. I think Dave's thinking, well, I think I can get a few more points out of the snooker than getting back to the table. It's maybe almost, as you can see, the reflection on the top. The table lights, maybe the middle of that left light reflection on the cushion. This will be the final attempt. There's the shot he wanted. So she got it. Only sacrificed 8 penalty points. Only 19 points in it. About 83 points on the table. It's not the end of the world. Lots of points out there for John to recover from missing his last 2 shots. Might be a path past that green, possibly. Or that red on the right side, but it's a long pot, a lot of danger. Just really can't hit that red that's just below the pink. Was a little fortunate that red just ran a little bit longer. Was dangerous of just resting over the pocket. John just waiting for, might be Ethan up there. Ethan seeing if he can be the guy that knocks out the defending champ. It's in tough. Andy McCluskey is a tough character at the table. He already holds the high break of the tournament so far, 92 for Andy McCluskey. was definitely a shot to nothing there. Just missed going into the pocket. Great effort there by John. More importantly, he was wanting to be safe. Oh, they just canceled each other out there. That's a raise of the hand. Little fluke that those two reds have blocked each other going into the right middle bag. And just maybe eyeing a plant there. Oh, that is difficult. Definitely will pay off if he's to make it. He has that pink sitting pretty right there. Mm. 31-17, second frame here. Quarterfinal match. John Pune leading 1-0 over Dave Daly. Wow. Very nice touch. I don't know if he's in the snooker situation, but they do up in Canada with snooker stations. Sometimes they put a coin down. Oh, here's Mike Dominguez making an appearance on the stream. Owner operator over there at Ox Billiards, coming in, donning his refereeing abilities. A good chance for Dave. Couple reds out in the open. Pink is on its spot. The only colored ball on its spot. Oh, what a long red that was. Nicely glanced off that other red just to hold for that pink. He's gotten to the left middle. The natural angle should put him onto this pink or red that's above the black. We'll use every bit of the pocket there. Certainly thought about it before it dropped. Just needs a red and color to put us into the snooker's required stage. He's got the red. Yeah. John just needs 2 snookers, so if we'd like to get this red in, really giving John any chance, because that brown is in a relatively nice spot for snookers. Doesn't need a color. It certainly would be an uphill battle. Oh, look at that double kiss, and the brown didn't go in. Or the red, I should say. He's covered the red with the brown. John has. I was gonna run over and put him back, but unfortunately, we're in a position where snookers are required. John could let Dave play from the result of the shot, or John can play from there, but he can't put him back to the original spot, as when snookers are required, the foul and the miss is negated. Good possibility for Dave to put this red into the green pocket. Should seal the deal, and it does. So there's a concession for John. So Dave Daly takes this second frame by a score of 66-28. Both players got a frame on the board. We got a match. Frame through 3, very important coming up. It will decide who will take the 2-1 advantage and have only 1 frame to go to win the match. So stand by, everyone. We'll be right back with frame 3. And welcome back, everybody. Our featured match here, quarterfinal match. This is last of the evening. Obviously, at the conclusion of this match, if there are some matches in play, we might go over to some bonus coverage. That will be a question for our streaming producer, Christian Youngers. But don't forget, we'll be back here on Championship Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. on the West Coast. Nice big opening long red for Dave. Great pot. Wasn't on a color, so. This is the yellow is to stop his cue ball behind the blue. Dave would like that to run a little bit more, get behind that yellow ball. It's gifted an opportunity here for John. Black is nicely open into that opposite corner pocket. John's got a red also to the opposite corner here, so a little chance to put a small little break up. He definitely needs some zip on that ball. Certainly got it. Well, that one red that's below the pack will go into the top left corner after this black. He's played for it beautifully. Be saving it for another time. Might not have had the angle to get down onto the black. Just an update from the room. It looks like Jackie Wee will be moving on to the semifinals. Took out the 2022 champion CCU in the first round of the knockout phase. He whitewashed Ho Chin Yang. A nice little 24 there for John Pune. Oh, Dave's in a bit of trouble there. Not really any really long pot on there for John. It's just tough to find the pathway back to the bulk area for Dave. He's forced into a plant. A nice and not double kiss. Play the great containing safety. Both horns, and luckily just shot him into the bulk area. Could have kept him in the top half of the table or just above. Kind of stabbed at that one a little bit. So giving him a elementary starter. There's difficulty with two of these reds that are on. Ooh, he's electing to play safe, and that went from bad to worse. He's left two reds over two pockets. See how well Dave can capitalize on this blunder. Oh, playing for other reds. He'll know he has that red by the right middle, just in his back pocket, just as he's gone out of position. Be mindful of those reds. See, his bridge hand is a little not flat on the table, which we'd like. And that might have just forced him to err on that black. He's left a simple starter for John. John might have an angle, actually, that he could come down for this black. He's got some angle here. Might come off the cushion first. Okay, there. A little bit of angle. Oh, those little cannons on those reds. Knocking each other. Definitely. Nice little touch there. John could potentially. Short little delicate screw back. Be on the pink in the top right or run through. Pink on the top left. Or neither. Just shoot down and get onto the black. It's got a better vantage point of the table than I do. I'm up in the commentary booth. Right down on the table. Another update from another quarterfinal match. Looks like Kevin Cooey and Varun Junajay are knotted at 1 apiece. So these are other quarterfinal match of Andy McCluskey and Ethan Huang in action. Oh, it just might be a bit in trouble here. Where's that blue? And how to look, I don't know if that red creeps by the blue. It doesn't look like it, so it looks like he's going to have to take this mid-range red to the right of the pink and to the top right corner pocket. A nice little 22 for John. Let's see if Dave can rebound. Oh, he looks to the heavens. He knows he's overrun it. Really blind cut for this black. Pink's tough into the right middle as well. Don't hit that horn though. Oh, that's a little unlucky. Delicately rubbed into that red, making it available into the right middle, and you can just stun right there and hold for the pink. Red and pink would be his frame ball. Would put us into the Snooker's required stage. And John has removed his waistcoat. Just gonna, a little hot. It's been a long day here. They've got great facilities here at Empire. It's just a little out of reach. I don't think John has any of those extra gadgets most of the players have, like the mini putt and the telescopic extension, so he's to use the rest, but he's an excellent rest player. I can stun in this pink. But red's into the left middle. A little 21 break, but I don't think Dave will be coming back to the table even if this doesn't go in. But John Pune itching close and close to getting into Championship Sunday. Ooh, that blue was in, and it just popped out, but the concession is there. So a 72-10 frame victory for John Pune, and he leads this best of 5 quarterfinal match by 2 frames to 1. Does he have enough in the 4th frame to push himself over the line and get that elusive 3rd frame victory? Or will Dave Daly fight back and push us into a decider? Only time will tell when we come back with frame 4. See you soon, everyone. Tough pot here for Dave. Rest going down the cushion. Struck that quite well. Yeah, it didn't have the angle on that black to come up and play for the rightmost of those 2 reds that are above the black. As you can see, the rightmost one does go into the top left corner pocket, and definitely would free up that other red to go into either corner pocket. So he's got a long red just right of the pack into the yellow pocket. He's got more luck of the Irish. Not on this one. Maybe that red that he hit might just come back just enough to block the path. John would have liked to run a little bit more. Hit full into that red ball and that deaden the pace of it. It's got a very, very thin black. Not electing to take the black and actually rather just putting it safe. So wow, what a plant that was by John. Distance, little bit of space between the balls. They weren't welded together, but Great long red there. You know, he's queuing by the brown. That made it that just a little bit difficult. He's got a nice angle. Come off the brown, off the cushion. Does he want to splash into those reds? Maybe play for the loose red by the black spot. He's opened things up. The pink is out, uncovered from the reds. He might just be wondering himself, who put that black on that right cushion? Be nice if it was out in the open. Yeah, there's a little in between there. I think he's just maybe gonna gently roll up to the yellow or use the yellow to get behind the brown. Just wanted a little bit more pace, but didn't try and force the issue on a color to just get onto another red. It's really taking the right side of the table out of Day's hands. Getting a little interesting now down at the top end of the table. That shot of Days has just really opened up some reds. Oh, we got a great little nudge on that brown. Just took a little pace and kind of straightened it. That made it go close to that green. Forced him into taking the shot. He has, and Dave makes a great shot there. Wow, fantastic long pot. I don't think he had any real safety there, so just put all your concentration into potting the ball. Still at the table, you've got control. You can dictate where that cue ball is going to go. Early stages of this fourth frame. Dave desperately needs to win to keep his chances alive of hoisting the trophy come Sunday evening. Now the black is out and so is the pink. Dave's got options for reds. If he really wanted that, he's got quite the angle on this red. To the right middle. Would have loved him in a bit more straighter on it. Just hope for the blue or worst case scenario, maybe the pink. Nice long pink for Dave. Keeps the break going. Oh, very nice blind cut by David. He's going to pull up nicely for this green. He's doing every chance to stay alive. It's an update from the room. The 2024 reigning Seattle Snooker Open champion, Andy McCluskey, has won, so he'll be into Championship Sunday. He'll play the winner of this match. Could it be a Ireland semifinal? Yeah, John Pune definitely will have thoughts about that. Dave's doing what every great snooker player should do when your opponent makes a mistake. You need to punish them and keep them in their chair, keep them thinking about, oh, I made that mistake. What was I thinking? Your opponent just slowly and methodically racks up points. Yeah, it's kind of in between here. I like this shot a little bit better, but full focus on this, Dave. And he's got a long blue into the top left, well, mid-range. Helps that he's close to the object ball, which is his blue. I couldn't come through on that, so this little 28 for Dave. Doesn't look like he's sold anything out. 59 on the table and only 26 in it. And that's how you recover from missing and letting your opponent run wild. Let's put in a fancy double like that. I think he might just delicately roll up to this black here. Make sure he's got the pace. It's a terrific shot. Maybe a thin coat of paint on that red above the pink that Dave can see. Oh, he can see it, and he can see a lot more. He saw the potting angle and put that red in nicely.
How's it going, Dave?
It's going all right. How are you doing, Christian?
Not bad.
Great to hear you. Great to see you in the booth.
Yeah, we had a lot of action here. 2 clubs. First time we've done it in Seattle. It's pretty sweet to see.
That's
Empire
great
and
expansion.
Ox. Yeah.
Good expansion. And who knows, maybe as this tournament grows and more, maybe even bring in the Pocket Snooker Club down in Rochester, Washington.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, and they're a little bit of a drive, I think, but definitely a possibility, especially for a multi-day event like this. Yeah, our folks don't know. This was a technically an 8-table setup, right? All 8 tables hosted between 2 different venues, about half an hour distance drive away in the Seattle area. Impressive that we pulled this off, I guess.
True. We're obviously in North America, there's a lot of land that can be covered, but there's not a lot of rooms that have snooker tables. in them. And most of the time, real estate can be quite pricey in these highly populated cities like Seattle. So getting a room that would have possibly 8 tables could be a far stretch.
Yeah, I think in terms of tables that have, or sorry, clubs that have 8 tables in the U.S., there might be 5 or less. I want to say.
Yeah, like I can think of Embassy down in LA or in San Gabriel,
Oof.
just outside of LA.
Yep.
And then you've got in Concord, where we had the U.S. Nationals. They had 9 tables. And
U.S. Snooker
where we had the,
Masters. Yeah.
yep, they had 11 tables, I think, or 10 or 11. And then where we're going for the Pan Am Championships at the end of this month, I believe they have 8 tables there.
Yeah, and maybe somewhere in Houston there's another club that has 8 tables, but it's not a lot. Hey, Francis, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, sad we didn't see you all in person, but we're here virtually.
Hey, I think your bank account is doing much better, Francis. I don't have to borrow money off you that I'm not there.
She almost got to the quarterfinals though. That would have been a payout, right? I think quarterfinals and above is what these players are getting into the money rounds. Top 8 out of 22 player field. Is that right?
I think that might be. I haven't seen the look at the payouts just yet.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Yeah, so quarterfinalists are going to be making $300 each. Semifinalists are at the $900 mark. Second place, 1600, and the first place is 2,800. So not a bad payout. I think it was, you said 250. I think was the entry fee.
That is correct. Yep.
Yeah, so it's not too bad. First place,
And now
10x your money. Yeah.
you would know better than I would, Christian, obviously being down in the States. Is this tournament sanctioned by any governing bodies? Does the USSA have any involvement in this?
Not that I'm aware of. Pretty sure this is basically a partnership between Ox and Empire, which you can see the logos there on the left side of the screen. And there were some match updates as well, right? I think we know who some of our quarterfinalists are going to be. Oh, what a pot from Dave Daly there! Wow, he needs this frame, right? This is a best of 5, so he's in a must-win situation, and that's going to do him some good. Roll up to the pink here, maybe. It's a little
Might
scary,
be the
but I think
yellow.
he's taking. Yeah, he's on yellow, but he's going to maybe play safe with the pink and use the green as a blocker. Yeah, he likes that shot. Not saying I know Dave too well, but I kind of know what he might choose and whatnot. I know he likes his cross doubles on a last ball type of situations. But it kind of looks like each frame has been one-sided in this match. Kind of one side, John Pune gets in, gets a lot of high scores, and then the next frame, Dave gets the high scoring. So feels pretty binary so far.
Sure, there hasn't really been a really cagey frame. Maybe that second was like didn't have as fluent as the first and the third, but Dave had a big advantage in that and was victorious.
Yeah,
So there hasn't been really any like nail biters really going down to the final few balls, but maybe here
this
it's
is a good
only
shot.
26 points the difference and 27 on. The yellow is Dave's frame ball.
Francis saying she didn't get whitewashed by Varun is a win in of itself for her. I think she even had a chance to go 2-1 up, I believe. I called this out to her because she had a not an easy pink, but a makeable pink in a situation where she needed one of the pink or black, and Varun needed both. And I think she missed the pink, left a double. Varun sinks the cross double and gets plumb on the black and runs out, stealing that frame away. It would have been a huge swing if she had gone 2-1 up in that match.
And I think John Pune has just stolen that luckily shamrock of Dave Daly, as there was quite a result on that last shot for John.
As far as I
Was
know, Dave's American now, though. So
I guess it depends on the day of the week when you ask him where he's from.
oh, this could end up good if it slows down or gets the right nudge. Oh, that's close.
I think there's just a little bit of a pathway there
Yeah,
for John.
he can see it, or he can at least get to it easily. It's gonna be a pretty easy escape. The risky shot is if he does have to go cushion first, which he's lining up for, he could thin it and leave the yellow over the pocket. Oh no, he could see it full ball, and what a shot.
Wow. Now he might just come off this green and come off the cushion and get behind the blue.
Yeah, he's playing your shot. Gonna be a bit too short off that rail, though.
He still can take this frame by a point, John. If he clears up all the colors, he'll take it by one, and that will be a frame that he'd love to have because that will put him into Championship Sunday.
Someone says
Brown's pretty safe.
dual citizenship.
Well, John might have the snooker there, or maybe there is a little path. Don't know if there's a knot for potting angle. Yeah, he's got to swerve around. This could go wrong.
Wow, that almost went in off into that middle pocket. Oh wow.
Oh, that was a lot of danger there. That's the luck of the Irish right there.
Yeah, he catches the green at first just full enough to not go in off in the first middle pocket, rounds the two corners and almost goes in off the other pocket. That's wild.
When Dave gets the luck, he's Irish. When Dave gets the money, he's American.
I can see that. I don't know what his best finish has been in the Seattle Snooker Open. I want to say he's been to the quarterfinals before, but this might be the farthest he's gotten out of the past 4 years. I think we've hosted this annually. I don't know if he's been a semifinalist before. Uh-oh.
That was a clumsy mistake there. Yeah, I believe last year at the BC Open up in Vancouver or Richmond area, I think Dave might have been a semifinalist, for sure a quarterfinalist. I just can't remember if he got knocked out in the quarters or the semis. I'd like to have developed that a little bit more.
Yeah, but blue is always going to be the ball here in this frame, I think. This is the shot Dave likes. He likes these cross doubles. Tends to play them with a bit more pace though, since they kind of play as two-way shots where you can send your white backup table off of the top cushion, or the bull cushion in that case, and also play a somewhat offensive shot that has a chance to go in. This is gonna get safe, I think. Look to him again, I think, maybe to take another cross double here. This might have a chance to pass the black. It's just a very thin one, so his cue ball is going to be racing back down table. Now I went for the pot.
Oh, and the black has come to save the day for him. Definitely for the pot, but unfortunately, he's in a world of trouble here. Now, hopefully he's taking a look. Just see the middle point between that cue ball and the brown ball. Find that middle point at that top right corner pocket. And on that same line, just bring your cue over. I think you can push by. That would be a 2-cushion escape for Dave. Maybe it's not there, so. Wow, great shot there. Fortunately, he's left the brown easily on for John. Great to not sacrifice any penalty points. John can only win by one. Evening, Mark. Thanks for tuning in. That's true. Dave Daly already a winner this year in Colorado. Wow. Raises the hand there. That was fully meant as a safe shot there.
Wow.
The blue.
As we always knew, the blue was going to be the key shot. So now John Pune has the chance to steal the frame and the match away. Huge moment.
Yeah. Big pink here. Cue ball up against the cushion.
Oh.
Yeah, Dave lives to fight another day. But its tension is high now. Down to the final. We finally got one of these close frames.
Yeah. He just needs one.
Oh, Dave
Wow.
Daly. Where did he pull that pink out
What
of?
a pot.
Impressive stuff. So Dave Daly ties this match up 2 frames apiece. This is your cue. Go get a cool drink because it's going to be an exciting, deciding frame in a few moments' time, everyone. And we're back in this deciding frame of the quarterfinal match between Dave Daly and John Pune live at Empire Billiards. It's the Seattle Snooker Open of 2025. David Burney's in the booth with you, along with Christian Youngers. We're taking you home all the way in the end of the evening. So it's been quite a free flowing match. Christian. I must admit, a lot of these guys are going for stuff. It hasn't really like kind of tensed up a lot. But now that we're in a decider, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, I think it's a decider to end the night. I think is a great note to finish on. I think there is action on the table adjacent to these guys to the right. As you can see, the cover is off on the table. I don't know if they're still playing. I believe it's Kevin Cooey there versus Varun Juneja. Two previous finalists and then Varun's previous champion, I think, of the Seattle Snooker Open. So we're getting down to the nuts and bolts of it.
Back in 2023. So there might be two past winners in the semifinals. And they're on the opposite end of the bracket. So Varun and potentially Andy McCluskey could meet in the final and become a two-time winner for one of them. But obviously John and Dave in this quarterfinals, want to punch their card in the semifinal. And I'm pretty sure Jackie Wee will have something to say about either stomping out Varun or Kevin Cooey.
Yeah, great shot there from Dave. He's, I think, been maybe a bit pumped up from the conclusion of that last frame. A really clutch pink in a must-win situation to get to this decider. Knocks in that long red, and he's in amongst the balls. Let's see what he can do. I've seen Dave on both ends of this world where he can really put in like a 40, 50, 60 break here easily, even get a couple of splits. Or, he can miss the next black on the spot as it sits. So we'll see. We'll see which Dave we get.
Well, he has dual citizenship, so dual personalities at a snooker table.
I like the guy in chat who was saying, John, so clutch, and then retracts his message after Dave makes that pink and says, Dave, so clutch.
It seemed like Dave just put all of his eggs in that basket for that pink. It was a gutsy shot, but
I'm proud of Dave here because I've noticed certain tournaments, the way he plays, he knows he can play better, but I think it merely comes down to either a robustness or a lack of confidence. And sometimes you can tell he's lacking that confidence, doesn't feel so strong just by what he's talking about, etc. He knows how to play the game, so like you wonder why that is the case. I think right now I'm getting the vibe that Dave is on all cylinders, full confidence. The Dave that beat Sean Murphy in an exhibition match at Ox, that Dave is what we might get right here.
make a good black here to keep things going. Is that red on the bottom of the pack on the right side will go into the same corner pocket. But he might have ran just a bit too much. Might have to take that red out into the open.
Yeah, he's feeling good. Another high black means he's going to play for the loose red once again. After this, it's going to be coming down to how he gets an angle to split the pack. It's not a gimme, though. This is not automatic. Great shot.
Five reds, five blacks. Long way to go, but just saying.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Dave.
Could have been worse. Honestly, if he's going to foul, that's the best case scenario. No reds are on after that. He's going to get put back in, possibly, depending on how John Pune feels about his safety game. No, I think John takes this. Has a chance here to play a more aggressive safety, try to open up the pack and get the cue ball right to the ball cushion. But great 40 break from Dave.
Yeah, interesting those two little reds on the bottom part of the pack. The one on the left side, I'm surprised that John maybe didn't take a shot to nothing. I think he had the angle coming from the D. At least give it a chance to go into the top right corner.
Dave knocked in a long putt similar to this to start off that 40 break. think he may be taking that one a bit too quickly. It's always a balance the way I see it. It's akin more to a dance. You know, if you're too far ahead of the beat, you start to stumble. If you get fall back too far behind, you got to recover and catch up. How it goes with the player's pace and kind of routine around the table, especially once you get to the level where you can really string some shots together. Uh-oh. I almost got a brutal double kiss there, but I think he's okay. Got a good cue ball.
Appears to be tight to that ball cushion. Just don't know if there's a pathway past that brown to the potting angle for this red. I'm taking a good long look. Because really, he might be forced into potting this. It's tough to see if he's got a safety shot to clip off the red. So
Yeah, he could see it. But he's going to be on the cushion here. Lost his white. Makeable blue, but he's in that zone where he's going to get close to this lower right corner pocket.
I've seen that a bit in this match, actually. A lot of the time that these players have been forced into taking long pots because just the path for a safety shot is not there, and more often than not, they've been successful. It's like how Dave is playing quite well. You know, his back was against it. He was trailing 2-1. Came up, won that fourth, and then came out of this deciding frame with an impressive 40 break.
So does the pair of reds, the top one on the left of the three, does that pass to the lower right corner? Because this could be a shot to nothing, possibly. Chose the lower of the two. I don't know if he just mishit or if he was aiming for that one. Just based on where the white went, makes me wonder.
Yeah, cannon into that pink. He just kind of deadened the pace of his cue ball. So he's left a mid-range red for John.
Chance for response now. Gone a bit far, though. Big shot, I think, here. And folks in the chat, tell us where you're watching from. We got 33 large here. This is only day 2. Tomorrow is going to be the semis and the final, and we might get some bonus coverage tonight. We'll see. Depends how the other match is going.
Stuff by John.
Zeb from San Jose, California. Okay. He's probably nearby that place in Concord that we were talking about. What was it? What was the place that hosted U.S. Nationals this past year? I think
Yes, where
escapes
was
you.
that? It does. It's on the tip of my tongue. I think it was the 147 Snooker Club, something like that. But San Jose is about maybe an hour train ride south of San Francisco, and Concord's about an hour and 15-minute BART ride east of San Francisco. So still kind of in the area.
The Champion Snooker Club.
There you are. Yeah, San Jose is home to the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association Academy. I'd like that to run a little bit more. John's slowly crawling back into this deciding frame.
Did we discuss
Funny
Dave's previous win also in the Colorado Snooker Open?
We did, yes.
Nice.
So can he be he's the king of the Rocky Mountain State. Can he be the king of the Evergreen State? These are pretty much true to form. E out there. Chesney is asking about the pocket, or she is asking about he or she. Not sure who you are, but they're asking about the pocket size.
I'm not sure actually. I have yet to play at Empire. I know the pockets at Ox are professional cut pockets, so effectively what you would see in the World Championships. Wow, he missed that red, didn't he?
He did.
Didn't even nick it. Wild. But I believe they are pro cut pockets at Ox. I can't speak for Empire. Based on how I see them, I would assume that they also are. They look a little bit on the tighter side. Typically, that's going to be a tighter pocket or a smaller pocket than you would see at most club pockets, what they call club tables in the snooker world. I would say that the club in Sacramento we visited, that club had what I would consider club pocket size. But I'm not sure about the San Jose club, so I think you can look up some online references and try to figure out the opening of the pocket. You know, take a measure to it and see. That'll probably give you your answer.
I believe it's 3.5 inches is the usual template for the opening for the pocket.
Would that be for a pro pocket or for a professional pocket? Or sorry, excuse me, a pro pocket or a club pocket?
I think probably a pro pocket.
3.5. Okay.
Yeah, and they usually have templates that you can use to cut that. Obviously, Stephen Hendry cut his house table pockets a lot smaller than that, just to make them that more precise.
That makes sense.
Yeah, he's a ruthless little guy, but 7 times
Francis,
world champion.
yeah, Francis in the chat saying that Empire, the balls go in easier than Ox, but not sure if it's because of the cloth or the pocket size. I'm not aware of what cloth they're using here. I know for Ox Billiards, they just got kitted out with the Marco Fu, excuse me, exclusive cloth. It's a new cloth that's been on the market. That Mike recently just got fitted. You can see their logo in the lower right corner. The Marco Fu cloth, from what I understand, plays really well. I've yet to try it out personally, but I've heard a lot of good things. And if folks are interested in getting that installed in their place or in their home table, if they so happen to have a snooker table, Mike is someone to reach out for that. Mike at oxbilliards.com. Okay, Francis says doesn't know if Empire is not Marco Fu, but it's someone else. So I'll have to get that information later and figure it out. I know the classic cloth that most club tables have is going to be something along the lines of 6811, maybe Superfine, which are both Strawn brands, I believe. Oh, this is a mistake from John, though, with the black over the same pocket, too. Clawed his way back into this frame, but with this opening and 2 reds wide in the open down table, could be dangerous. I like playing the pink here, especially if it's an angle to come up table nice and natural. And you can always use the black as insurance to play back if he gets in the bulk.
It's a great opportunity for Dave to take this frame away and the match. Oh, but he
Oh, wow.
falters.
I was going to say he needs 3 good shots left, and he's sealed this away.
He's left that red. As you said, Christian, that black is dangerously close to the green pocket. So you can just tap this in, come off the cushion. Hopefully you can be a little low on the black.
No, he's dead
Uh,
straight. Oh, no. With the rest, too.
oh,
Hey,
no.
Triple G, good to see you in the chat. How's it going? Good to see you in the chat. Yeah, so taking his medicine here, he's not going to risk too much on missing that black. Just pot it, play the sort of last red game that we all know and love. Yellow and green, a little bit tied up. Think the yellow passes the brown into the green pocket right where John is standing. So that's going to be an interesting situation, especially once they make this last red. Might be what the frame comes down to as well, because I think both players, if given a good position on this yellow after the red is in, could clear up from here realistically.
Yeah, there's no really safe color ball. Oh, it's a nice long red by Dave.
Wow.
That'll beam up his confidence.
Perfect on the brown too. Can he go forward off one cushion, maybe two, and get to the left side of the table to shoot the yellow into the right corner? It's going to be a bit of a stretch is all.
I think that's what he'll be playing. Oh,
No,
no,
he's
just
playing for the middle. Or a snooker. I don't mind the snooker here. They've got 2 attempts, 3 putbacks, right, at this level of the tournament?
yes, I believe you are correct on that. But you kind of want to win it.
He's going for it. He's going for it, and he's got the yellow down. That means the green has to go. You know, he's got it in his hands. Just got to stay focused. Stay in the moment. If you're thinking about winning the finish line, that's how you miss a green like that. You know, that was a crucial moment.
Yeah, he just needs green and brown to put us into snooker's required stage. And as we've seen here, it's dangerous because there's no real safe color ball.
Yeah, it's just like a pool player shooting a rack of pool and being like, wow, if I make this, I can break and run. You know, what you've done there is you've lost the moment. You're no longer there. And now you're on a different planet. And that's just enough loss of focus that makes you miss some easy shots. You can see this green, though. It's potable, and he's made a few long pots. Oh, smart shot. Really
He's got
good.
the snooker.
Great hit, but it's going to sell out into the middle pocket.
Yeah, he's flirting with that in off on that white too. A little dangerous, a little reckless. John looks really composed. Maybe just the wheels are falling off a little bit because he knows his chances of making the semifinals are fading quickly.
Underhit it.
Ooh. Dave, yeah, you can see as his reaction there. He's just disgusted with that.
This
18
tells you too. I
points in
think
it, 22.
he's still affected slightly by the fact that he knows this brown is his frame ball. I think if it's earlier in the frame, if it's a different state of mind, he's zipping that green back, or he's playing it long to play the brown to the other corner. I think just a little bit of pressure is what's gotten him in this tricky situation. And this is where I think you have to pick. Are you really more than 70% on this brown? And if you're not, just punt it. Just play it down table by the black. Oh man.
Was that his last shot?
The one saving grace is if John is right-handed, this is going to be a hampered queuing or at least a stretch shot, but he is left-handed based on that. So this is a good chance. 2 cushions. Or just one trickier shot that way. I like two cushions there playing for the right middle pocket next. Because now he's betwixt and between, I believe they call it, on the other side of the pond, right? Yeah, Triple G's asking, so part of this tournament was at Ox. How does that work? Basically, they had two groups at Ox, two groups at Empire. And the group stages were exclusively held at their respective venue. Wow, what a shot. And I believe even the first round of the knockout stage was held at their respective venues. And now we're at the quarterfinals. So top 8 quarterfinals and on are going to be played at Empire. So tomorrow we're back at 11 a.m. semifinals and final here at Empire Billiards. And I believe the idea is for next year to kind of flip flop and host it at Ox on the final day, etc. Essentially, though, this gives us access to 8 tables now as part of a big tournament like this. Great opportunity. But now it's all about this pink. What are we saying, Dave? You think it's going to come down to a black ball game in this one?
Oh, it is. It just seems like it could. Just what a way to finish off day 2. But Dave does like some risky pinks from time to time. Made a phenomenal one in the previous frame to get us to this decider.
Yeah, Greg, pretty much winners. The top 4 winners that advance from Ox come over to Empire. So that's the one jump that has to be done. A little bit reminiscent of the Northwest 9-ball open that happened on the bar boxes between a few different pool halls a few years back in the day. But yeah, Empire's actually not too far from Ox. It's about 30 to 40 minutes, I think. It's either Bellevue or Redmond area, 20 minutes ish. Yeah. Depending on traffic. Seattle to Bellevue. It's a great spot, though, and it's a great way to showcase CC's new club. They were in an older venue and they just moved to this space and got a few brand new star tables, I believe. So big shots here. This pink. They wanted it there.
Yeah, just clip off it, put the. Oh, okay, it's going that way. I thought maybe clip off it, put the pink towards the left cushion and the cue ball towards the right. It's giving Dave a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, he's going
Not to
offense
change,
here.
not to change his name from businessman to Dave likes the pink, the long pink, Daly.
Oh, he's overcut it, which is the side you want to miss on, if we're being honest. It's going to be okay. Just as deadly, though, in that scenario, slow rolling the pink and separating it and using the black as a snooker honestly might be a riskier shot, but just as deadly of a game winner almost, I would say. Oh, wow. Oh, no.
Ooh, that might be his last shot. It's fortunate that
Gone.
Dave's just going to have an awkward bridging.
No,
You can
he's
see his
fine.
bridge hand is going to be straddling that cushion.
Wow.
Oh, and there it is. Great long
Wow.
pot.
What a
2 long
match.
pinks for Dave to tie it up, force us to cider, and then to win it. So Dave Daly moving on. It is going to be an All-Ireland semifinal match between him and Andy McCluskey. All the great matches will start at 11 a.m. tomorrow Pacific time. That's 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on the West Coast. And we'll just take a little peek of maybe we can find out an update of what's going on our other quarterfinal match.
Yeah, there you can see him discussing the table. But we are going to switch over here to this other table. It looks like Varun is leading 35-14. We'll get the scoreboard up to date. And Varun is 1 frame win away from winning this match. 2-1 leading over Kevin.
And we're back with some bonus coverage. Our final match of the night here. 2023 Seattle Snooker Open champion Varun Juneja taking on Kevin Cooey.
Yeah, he's got an interesting last name, don't worry. Tight to this red, actually, but I think there's a gap to hit the top side of this red along the cushion. Play in behind brown, maybe. At least once they get tight to the full cushion.
Yeah, yellow's blocking the potting path for any of these reds.
That tells me we're going to be in for a little bit of a situation, but this shot here has now made some pressure, especially if it gets behind the blue. Yellow out of the way, almost a backboard for this red over the pocket. So I think a plant might be in order here. I can get back behind the blue here. It's close. Oh, what a shot from Kevin.
Yeah, it looks like he's nestled. It's tough from our camera angle, but I think he is pretty tight. Is Varun just having a couple more paces around the table, just kind of seeing where he wants to hit on the cushion.
Yeah, just the fact that Varun hasn't gotten down and shot the shot already tells me he has to kick at least 1 or 2 rails. He's going for it here. It's going to be close. It's got contact, but sells out a shot. This is interesting clash of patterns because Kevin, I know when he gets really comfortable and starts playing really well, he will speed up his match play tremendously, but I don't think I've seen anybody shoot faster than Varun other than Tony Drago on a snooker table. So I wonder if Kevin can match the efficiency and sort of the style and get into his own rhythm. We'll see. Oh, just dribbles that one in. I think he would have liked to hit it harder off of the yellow there just to open up the pocket for the other 2 reds, since now they're both kind of clumped up and he doesn't really have anything to go off here. And I think that's kind of one of the downsides of playing a little bit quicker. Maybe you miss out on a couple of small details that you would have otherwise. Especially, having the sky view up in the booth, you tend to have a different perspective. So it's easy to say from here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Just clipping off that topmost red, it's going to cannon into the other red, and that red might hit into the yellow and put the yellow into the bottom of the pocket. So Kevin's got to be pretty careful here. Almost maybe just roll gently onto that red that's near the yellow. Your cue ball on the cushion.
Maybe looks like a player break. Not sure what's going on, but we will try to find out. Nope, looks like Kevin's back. So
They're just conferring over the scoreboard. Just make sure the score is actually correct.
a little dicey that shot, as the yellow was always on a chance to go in that pocket. But let's see. At any time, I think either player can kind of spark sort of a craze and just knock in a bunch of wild shots and take away a frame or two.
Great
That's a
long
good
pop
shot.
by Varun. Going to help out his cause. Yeah, with black and blue, pretty safe.
Yeah, next for tough. Doesn't want this to drop in the corner. Doesn't want this to drop. Oh, he's okay. Really good chance for a free ball here, too, for Varun. So I think Kevin's going to be shooting this at a softer pace to hopefully come short of the red and leave a shot on. So as to not leave a free ball. It's going to be a bit wide here, though. Oh, no, he's got it perfect. Wow. Good effort to make that contact and great hit, but might be in trouble once again after this. I think the red has a natural line to clip off the top of the pink and go up table.
I think Varun can possibly get behind the pink too. Upping off that red.
Yeah, I think
Finding grace behind it.
the shot I like is just a stop shot and play behind yellow. Don't know if that angle's there though. He's elevating, so I think that's what he's going for. Yeah, just like that. Clip off the pink, it'll send it up table and just nestle in behind the yellow. Great shot. It might just be as good as a frame winner and match winner there. Big shot for Kevin. He's got to be careful here. I think if Kevin goes off of this top cushion closest to the white and bounces up into the air over a ball, I think that's going to be deemed technically a foul, right? You're not allowed to jump over a ball.
Correct. Jump
So
balls are illegal. Sometimes you see a little jump when players put a lot of side on the ball to really swerve around. Just with that cue ball striking down, kind of bounces it up. Just kind of like the philosophy of a jump cue in
yeah,
the 8-ball, 9-ball game. But if it just hops a little bit, not a problem. But if it actually jumps over a ball, then he's in
wow.
trouble.
Yeah, I believe it is a foul 7 if he actually manages to jump over an obstructing ball. Yeah, and this is tough. It is almost frozen to that yellow. I don't even know if the route that he was taking was going to get there because going near or past that middle jaw, I think the only way he hits it is if he hits the far knuckle and comes straight at the red. He's going to be hitting towards the left corner pocket, upper left corner pocket there. Yeah, he's not going to be anywhere near it with the blue in the way.
I think good sportsmanship there, just because that blue was moved. Obviously, Varun touching that cue ball before it came to a resting position is a 7-point foul, but I think just in the without having the referee, obviously the blue ball flying off where it's supposed to be, and they knew already that he was going to put him back.
Right. He actually has a chance here. If he can get that 2 cushions and miss the blue between the blue and the middle pocket, he has a chance at hitting this red. Just looking at how that line went, and he caught the far jaw. I don't know. It's close. But that's going to be it for the attempts and putbacks. The only other way I could have seen was to go top cushion the other direction. Maybe play 2 cushions toward the red. But the problem with that attempt is you're going to be leaving a shot for the red into that left middle pocket. At least as long as you're making a valid attempt this direction, it's a little bit harder to leave something on.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough frame, I think, for Kevin to win, just looking at where all the balls are on the table. The green, really out in the open.
He's looking up table to the yellow and pink here. I actually like thinning off of this with inside and playing it in behind the green. This shot is just so much more difficult to gauge and get the pace of. Whereas the other shot, you're guaranteed to never leave an open red. If you just kind of thin off that red, and if you play with a little bit of inside, you can go 2 cushions and try to get behind the green. And at best, you leave a double. And at worst, for Varun, you would snooker in behind the green. So seems to me like that shot's a little bit less risky. But again, I'm not at the table, so can't necessarily say. 30-point difference with 35 on, right? This means he's going to need at least brown or better. And I'm a little confused there because brown is over the right corner pocket. So just pocketing that red and getting on the brown gives him a chance to win the match. But he chose to cross double instead. So maybe our score is off. I'm not sure.
Or maybe just Kevin's hoping maybe for a snooker or potentially the free ball that can come into play when we have that last red, just to get a few more points on the board. As it's just a messy looking table right now. Oh, that's not going to help his cause.
Ouch. The last year runner up against the previous champ. I think this shot will tell us here. If he plays safe intentionally here, then maybe our score is a bit. Or no, our score is definitely now snooker's required. So he's going to have to play safe. Excuse me.
Well, there's only 34 in it, so he can win by taking this red and black and running the colors. Obviously, the pink's out of commission, but that would force a tie. He took it with the red.
Yeah, our score is off. 61-18, Varun leading. So definitely snooker's required stage now for Kevin. This is going to leave a decent attempt to put away the frame and match.
Varun just can't pull the trigger. Kevin does have a nice little saving grace up there with the two planet colors, green and blue, creating a nice little wall.
I wonder if you play this just stun run through slightly and to get close to the pink. Play the red in behind the black off of 2-3 cushions. Or if you just play the cross double. Cross double was always going to be a very fast moving cue ball, so it's going to be tough to control. So if you're Varun with this lead, I think not even going for the attempt, just in or over on the red here. Put this friend to bed. There's enough of a gap, he kind of has to play the left edge of this red. Otherwise, he's going to be probably selling out a shot into that closest corner pocket. Double kissed it, which is going to all be about the luck you get. He's done pretty well, actually. Watch out, corner pocket.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. No, is this going to hit the red?
Oh, wow.
My goodness,
Oh,
if
what an
that hit,
effort.
that would have been that would have been some shot coming off jaws and horns and cushions. At least Kevin gets a little bit more points back in it.
I mean, he barely misses that on the way in, so it definitely was a valid attempt. And this is a good attempt here, too. He's got him nicely tucked. I think, as Varun has told me in the past, though, it's not about how many snookers you get, it's about how many fouls you get. And that's another foul.
Yeah, now there's 35 in it and 35 on the table. Kevin would need a red and black and all the colors to force a black ball respot.
Yeah, with the black where it is now off of that red, it was not guaranteed to be nicely on it. So still like his attempt of playing snooker attempts here. Successful already twice. And I think Varun might start to exhibit a bit of frustration. So if he can land one more good snooker and give himself a little bit of cushion and maybe not have to pot the black off of the last red, it's going to be a big difference. Can't leave this red out in the open on an easy attempt. Oh, now he's taking the black. We can get on it. Oh, no.
Wow.
This is tough. Really
Just
just needed
looking
to
at the
go.
scoreboard. Knows that
Yeah,
he needs the black.
yeah. If he just got another few inches, he'd have it into the upper right middle pocket on our screen. And this is tough. I'd almost take this into the. No, he has to jack up and go in the corner. He's too straight. Can't even take it into the left middle pocket. Wow, looks like a
Wow.
good hit, and he knocks it in. What a shot.
And his chances alive in this fourth frame.
Wow. Incredible shot. We can see right down the tangent line, and that ball just goes straight across. Definitely not a foul. Well struck. And this is the risky shot here if you want to take it on. Slow roll, half ball contact, and push the yellow just past the pink and line up all three balls along the top cushion. Be quite the snooker because the black, I think, would be in the way of the one cushion escape. So leave the yellow closest to the corner pocket and leave the white near where that chalk is. I don't think he'll go for it, but it would be a deadly shot if he could get that down. Oh, clever, clever. Use the pink as a stopper for the yellow to kind of guarantee it would stay down there. Good shot. Ooh, this has a chance. It looks close, but it's going to be short.
Well, it's close to that cushion. Up to tell from our vantage point with this camera. Get by the brown for a potting angle.
No, but he can go cushion first and at least hit it. There was a chance to pot it there off of the one cushion. And this is interesting. A little bit of a chance here, maybe playing behind the brown. Double this yellow past the black. Can also choose if he has a left edge of the yellow, play two cushions with the white and try to get it in behind the pink up table and send the yellow behind the brown. I like that shot if he has that access. He's going for it. Does it widen up enough? Does it have the legs? Good effort. Second prize, tight to the cushion. And blue and green are going to be the real difficult part of this frame. If Kevin can get this yellow down. Doesn't lay nicely, so I doubt there's any single visit finishes in this one for Kevin. Oh, what a white here, though. What a cue ball if the yellow can hold up. Oh,
It's
man.
fortunate the pink is there to rescue him. Shake of the head by Varun. He just can't believe it.
Yeah, it should be an easy escape, though. Not one that is easy to get safe on. And he's left it awkward enough. I don't know if Kevin's going to go offense here. The brown and black lay nice, and the blue, green, and pink lay nice. Kind of has two walls on opposite sides of the table to play in behind. So I would not fault him for trying to play another snooker here. Just thin off of this yellow, or maybe play the yellow up and down a few cushions. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he actually took on that yellow to get on the green. But he's messed up his white here. Cross double on maybe? I think Rune's going to fire anything he can just to get another ball down and get back to snookers required. Oh, and it actually reversed off of that knuckle. And once again, I don't think this is one that Kevin's going to go for, but he has a natural double. Double this off of the top cushion. Play the cue ball down to this lower corner pocket and two cushions in behind the black or the brown. I think that angle's there. If not, he can play it the other way. Go close to the right corner with his cue ball. It's interesting. He decided to thin it, and I don't know if I like that choice.
Yeah, he's left it out there for Varun. It says a long pot.
It's not
So
only
Varun
makeable,
knows his
but
way around the table.
yeah, it's kind of a shot to nothing. All right. Take a chance Kevin's going to have to take on. He might be too straight, though. He's shaking his head. It's not worth risking the missed pot on this yellow just to get position on the green because you're not going to get that much better on it. So he's choosing to play the safe outright, but doesn't
Let's
like where
give
this ends
Varun a
up.
chance. Yeah. It's tricky going into that right middle. As you can see, it's no gimme. It's a tough angle. Oh,
Dribble, dribble.
yeah. Using all of the pocket there. His heart was definitely in his throat. And as he had the green into the same pocket.
And the snooker. $29 and $25 difference. Or excuse me, $29 difference, 25 on. Really full contact on that kick shot. But another makeable pot for Varun to further put this match away. They are playing with automatic concession rule still, or no?
Oh,
Oh no.
Varun just sees the finish line. He just can't get there. Can't
Yeah,
pull the trigger.
the third pot he's had that's been pretty makeable. He had two earlier with, I think, one and another few reds were still on. That would have surely put away the match. And misses it quite badly. This is a good attempt. Brown's nice big ball on the cushion. It's going to go long, though, I think. And that should be all he needs. 29, 25 on. This would mean, I believe, 3 snookers required, right? And if it's 3 snookers automatic concession, might be end of frame. Overcuts it. Wow. Wow. Not what I expected there. Really clever attempt.
Yeah, just couldn't find safe haven behind the black.
Oh.
It's kind of all what Varun needs to do. Just put this green like close to the jaws of any pocket. Force Kevin to put it in.
I think if he misses one more like that, he might lose his frame. I think he definitely will lose his frame if he misses another one just like that. Something about it. Something about the snooker gods. If you believe in karma.
He's got a bit of space. It does go into that right middle.
Yeah, he should shoot at this. And there it is. Is that automatic concession?
Not sure if it's automatic, but that did look like some handshakes there. Kevin doesn't have a cue when he's coming back to the table, so Varun Junja is moving on to the semifinals.
Wow.
And we're set. We've got Dave Daly taking on Andy McCluskey, Jackie Wee taking on Varun Junja. All the action is going to start tomorrow at 11 a.m. here on Ox Billiards YouTube page, as well as Empire Billiards Facebook page. What a great day, too. Looking forward to Championship Sunday. Varun's feeling a little bit better. Mike Dominguez giving some congratulations to the players. Christian, any final thoughts before we sign off tonight?
No, I'm ready for it. I think so far defending champ is going to be tough to beat. I don't know if anybody's quite on his level so far in this tournament. And runner-up from last year is out of the tournament. So I think we're going to have to see a bit of a hero story from one of our other three semifinalists to really put up a fight against Mr. Andy McCluskey. So definitely he's going to be the favorite. Let's see what we can do tomorrow, though. I'm sure it'll be an exciting day no matter what.
That's why we tune into sports. You never know what could happen. Champions can fall and champions can thrive. So for Christian Youngers, this is David Burney saying good night to you all from Empire Billiards at the 2025 Seattle Snooker Open. We'll see you tomorrow, 11 a.m. on the West Coast. You don't want to miss it. It's Championship Sunday. Good night, everybody.